Okay. Everything should be working. I had to reset up a couple of things, but should be working. We're gonna try this guy again. Trains like locomotives, or trains like in the brand of um, air conditioning. I imagine the locomotives. Why are you waiting on trains? And welcome, by the way.
The dead should remember their place.
Locomotive. Yeah. Oof. I imagine dragging can't be good for the legs, but also not for the trailer either. There's a lot of torque on those connection points. Yeah. Did you? All right. Let's look real quick. Yeah. Yeah, I'd say that's not the way it's supposed to be. I'm pretty sure if I can tell it's not supposed to be that way. It's pretty bad.
I live to see another dawn.
You finally got the big one.
The junky 48-foot trailers that are only used to go from one side of a building to another.
Lion Eyes what? While we live.
There's an island.
Fine work with Hillock.
I know I'm supposed to use an axe, but I think I can use ground slime with this.
Yes?
Oh yeah.
I am surrounded by living corpses, dying Oriathans.
Yeah, I saw that. I saw a picture of a plane flying through the middle of it when the eye of the storm was 10 miles across. That's crazy. I'm glad that where I live, the twisty weather is much smaller. Like the biggest tornadoes, the entire tornado is like five to 10 miles across, not the eye of the storm in the middle of it. Don't interrupt me. That is not nice. I need to be able to kill you guys. Ah. Ah. Yeah, tornadoes happen, and you get somewhere relatively safe, and you're probably fine. Like, it doesn't take much. We don't have to deal with a flood immediately after.
Wanted me to die here. I was disappointed.
Yeah, we just have to worry about things. Basically, the one part of a hurricane. We do get them more often, but they're smaller. Not saying that people affected by tornadoes, like losing their house and stuff, should be grateful or anything, but I don't know. I've never experienced an earthquake. Oh, I missed one. I've never experienced an earthquake, so I don't know how much an earthquake actually messes with stuff. Oh, no, 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 no. God damn it. There was nothing I could do. I was constantly stunned. Yeah, I'd have to see, because I feel like if you get hit by the average earthquake, it's probably not as bad as being hit by the average tornado. But I don't know. I've never experienced earthquakes. Nice. Oh yeah. Go to the coast.
I'd almost stop.
Oh yeah.
So,
Now that you've drained that passage,
Come on, take the...
Got a job for you.
do I have a 3 red that's not a weapon? No.
Stay sharp out there.
Yes? Goodbye.
Still
Have
working.
I been able to buy Leap Slam yet? No.
God hasn't abandoned us.
Mercenaries are officially gone. For now. We don't need... Oh, I don't even need to go this way. God. These explosive guys are a pain. Yeah, I was watching I like a lot of UK like YouTubers and stuff. And there's a food YouTuber named Barry, and he did some like trying US foods for the first time. And biscuits in the UK means cookies.
To kill is to live.
So, yeah, they don't know what biscuits and anything are, because so they compare it as close to like a scone, but every scone I've had has been a sweet scone, and so it's like it's the consistency of a scone, but it's a savory scone. Or maybe just in the US we always have sweet scones. Because if we wanted a savory scone, we just get a biscuit. I don't know. Oh, I forget I have the decoy totem. I should be using that. Oh, I see it. Jesus. Hey, welcome back, Alcoholic Frog. How's it going? So you've now experienced your first league squish. Although I don't remember. I don't think you were actually playing in the league. Whoops. Pretty good. Had a busy couple of days, so I'm a little tired, but could be worse. My wife is sick. I'm trying not to get sick. Yeah, I don't remember if you were playing in Mercenary League or not. If you were not playing in Mercenary League, you won't notice a difference. Except for there's more people around. Yeah, I haven't played in a couple of days, so I don't know when the squish, not squish so much, but when the migration happened. So I think my first character is going to be this character. Because Cast When Stunned was not nerfed. So I'm going to do a Cast When Stunned build to farm simulacrums. Make some money. And then once I've got some money, I want to start a wand build. I want to try the new wand stuff. And the new skill. But I think I want to do this first. To establish myself. And I'm getting a lot of 3-links, but they're all weapons. I can't use 3-link weapons. I mean, I need my... picked that simple robot, but it's the wrong colors, so I won't actually be using that. Oh, just running by this guy. Only a few days left till the league launches. I'm really excited for it.
A slave is not a man. A slave is not even worthy of death.
Oh, that's not a gap I could walk through. I'm just trying to run into a wall, apparently. Either need 2 red and a green, or 2 red and or 3 red. So 2 red and a green, or 2 red and a red.
There's a few managed. I've
The tale of...
Cold resistance is good. Cold resistance is good. Fire and lightning resistance is good. I'm going to move this here and this here just so it's not on my weapon. More cold resistance.
While we live, we are blessed.
Yeah, anytime they take things away, they put them into remove only tabs. So if we look at my stash, you can see it's very clean. But if I go into stash options and uncheck hide remove only tabs, and you can see I've got all these remove only tabs that came from the league. And if we looked over at standard, I have so many remove only tabs. And that's just an easy way for them to give you your stuff back, basically. Yeah, the mercenaries don't exist anymore. So anything you had equipped to a mercenary was put into a remove only tab for you. Anything that came with the mercenary that had the lock on it, you probably didn't get. But anything that was equipped to it, they gave back to you. And that way, when mercenaries do eventually come back, you can get mercenaries again and just re-equip this gear if you want to stay on standard. I'll be in leagues, so that won't really make a difference to me. Okay, I should actually look.
Still alive.
Do you have any 3 reds? Especially maybe gloves? No.
Farewell.
No, I could probably equip this so that I can have a frost blink now. Yeah, man. Oh, another thing to know about standard and leagues, if you're going to create a new character on Friday when the league starts, before the league starts, you want to set up your stash the way you want your default stash to be, because what happens is when the league starts, they copy all of your stash names, affinities, everything like that from standard. So if you have it all set up properly on standard, when the league starts, it'll come over. So...
Your brawn is about to meet its match, Brute. Give the Warden my regards.
Your frightened heart echoes from these stones. Let me embrace you.
Oh no.
Your crime is trespass. Let me embrace you. Your spirit is the plaything of the ancestors, slave master.
For some,
The Warden.
So now I can leap slam. I don't need that.
Farewell.
yes?
Greetings.
Okay.
Stay sharp out there.
Hinekora, Mother of the Dead, is this your land I walk upon?
I'm liking the routing changes in the Exile UI so far. Oops, I did not mean to do that. It's a waste of a portal scroll.
Frank stuck my...
Please understand that as a gentleman of honor, it pains me greatly to do this. Hard times call for hard hearts. I'm sure were the circumstances reversed, you'll do precisely the same.
do we remember you, Fairgraves? Your death will be much...
Fairgraves.
Mervale, if you must.
Still alive, are we?
Ah, it's a good thing I did that. Because that, and then do I still have the essence? I don't remember what essence it gives you. But that's the right, so I can put momentum. Let's just put a low level essence in. So I'll level that, but I don't need it to be on. Level chance to bleed. I can put on blood and sand and that, and then I can sell this. So I'll put that on. Do you have any cold gems? Yep. One cold gem.
Farewell.
Or cold resistance ring. Okay. No, it's supposed to be this. Blood and sand goes here. More area of effect, less area damage. More area damage, less area effect. I need more decks. I'm taking a break from Eve. I got frustrated, so and Path of Exile new league starts Friday, so I'm gonna do that, and then I'm probably coming back as soon as I've completed what I want to do in the Path of Exile league. So, in theory, a couple of weeks.
At last, I have so much I wish to share with you.
This is love's trophy!
Yeah, I'm supposed to grab that, not these. It's fine. Need to attack without moving. Yeah, I don't feel like the game's not for me. It's just I need to take a step back, or it's not gonna be for me. You know, if I just sit there and kept getting frustrated with it, eventually I would just quit and never come back. And I don't want to do that. You're not gonna spawn ads for me to get flash charges off of? Alright. I go back to town to get flash charges. And yeah, no, that's good. And now you do flash charges. Then I use a... Yeah, I'll be fine.
Your curse is over, Siren. Rest with Hinekora, mother of the dead. All life is twisted in Rayclust.
I'm moving slow. Yeah, so my plan for Friday is to play this character. This build is plays slams up until second lab, give or take, and then switches to Righteous Fire. And I thought that going Righteous Fire would feel better, but I'd never really tried this. And then one of my viewers here suggested this build, doing it this way, and it feels a lot better than going Righteous Fire immediately. Probably could go Righteous Fire a little bit earlier, but and then the plan is to go to Cast when Stunned as soon as reasonably possible, farm Simulacrum for a bit, and then probably start something new. Yeah, Eve is a learning Eve is a learning curve. Yeah, so okay, let's pause. So this is the guide. I don't know if I have permission to give it out, but he's given, you know, this breakdown, and at 55 there's a big jump at 56 for gold cost. So if you're gonna switching at 55 is what makes the most sense using gold. It's yeah, pretty good. Eve is still learning game, so even after years you become frustrated, but after a while you accept it as part of the game. Same as getting splashed across cosmos, but weirdly, like, there's always a point of loss. That's why a game never become boring. Yeah, I get it. I think that with Eve, I was just frustrated more often than I was not frustrated, and it was definitely a me problem where I wasn't paying enough attention, and I get jumped. It's like, okay, it's about ready for me to go back. I've got, 10 times the value of my ship. I want to go back and dump this stuff off and then come back and keep doing stuff. And then I would get jumped and I would lose it and be like, okay, well, instead of being 10 times ahead, I'm now behind. And for me, it kind of makes it like, well, do I even want to do that again? Because I spent 3 hours doing that and then I just lost it all. So it's effectively like I spent 3 hours doing nothing. It got really frustrating. I think I could do better. Hey, how's it going? I'm doing pretty good. Just practicing for Friday. The new league looks like it's going to be a ton of fun. And yeah, it sounds awful. It's not as bad as it sounds, and I think that it's just I need to get into a different mindset. Where I'm paying a little bit more attention, so I'm not dying to, or because the last time that I died, I was out in an area, and normally I try to be the only one in the area doing hacking missions, because then I don't have to pay as much attention. But there was one other person, and they were in a ship that's also a hacking ship, and they left me alone for over an hour. And I'm like, okay, so they're probably also hacking, so I don't need to worry about it. Well, then we ended up at the same site, and then they just killed me because I was in a basically just hack and don't do combat, just run ship, and he was in a hacking is primary but combat is doable ship. So he, like, I had no issue, like, or no chance. I had to run, but by the time I noticed what was going on, it was too late for me to run. So, Hey, I was just talking about your build. I'm practicing your build again. I'm going a little bit slow, but I'm getting better at it. I don't know how much you care whether people who stop by know about the build or the guide that you've done. I don't want to overstep too much. Okay. Sounds good. Yeah, because I think it's a really good process. Like, I actually really like Sunder for leveling. I don't think it would make a good mapping ability, but we switch before maps, so and I'm sure it does make a good mapping ability, just not the way I want to play. I've been really tempted though to play a wander, but I think I'm gonna stick with doing this, and then the wanding character might be the one I switch to after I have some currency to jump it to slightly better build, you know? Yeah, I'm a little bit slow, so I'm usually like 56, 57 when I hit Blood Aqueduct, so I've been switching a little bit before Blood Aqueducts. Yeah, I don't know if a Wander is going to be very good at doing Simulacrum, and I think a lot of people are going to go Wands, and so I think that might push up the value of the stuff from Simulacrum. I did not. Okay, I'm gonna pause this quick, and let's find. All right, I'm gonna watch this. We'll see.
Hey folks, ZD here. On my recent trip to the grinding gear
This is the one you're talking about? Playing a Wander on the... Okay.
studios to host the Q&A. I had a few hours to try some hands-on with the new Keepers of the Flame expansion. Thanks to GGG for flying me out there. So let's roll up a witch and mess with the newly buffed ones as we explore Breach 2 along with the new grafts and crafts that it brings. And now won't you join me for a wander on the Breach?
Creatures from another world are invading Rayclast.
Surprise, surprise, once again the Mudflats is experiencing some new drama. We simply must attach a sentient arm from another dimension to our back if we want to continue.
Take this graft. It will meld with your essence and alter you, allowing you to wield our flame against the invading Hive.
Just stick it in your
So
body,
she's
it's
acting
fine.
surprised that we survived when we do so. Classic.
Good. You survived the melding.
Kind of makes you wonder how many others didn't before us. But, you know, we've been shoving questionable things in ourselves in the quest for loot for over a decade now, so we're pretty much experts at it at this point. This first graft is just really a basic one as a placeholder to let you interact with the new version of breaches. Areas of stabilized breach incursion where the breachlings are building fortifications. Thankfully, those fortifications are meaningless to us because the flames just automatically burn them away without even slowing us down. And this lets us clear a path to the center where we can call Ilith to destroy the breach. In classic PoE fashion, it's not unusual to get wrecked by the league mechanic in the mud flats. Oh yeah, that's a new league right there. But the good news is you don't just seem to instantly fail the mechanic here. I was able to run back and keep fighting when this sort of thing happened.
You did it! You exposed the center! I can destroy this rift. I just need time. Defend me while I focus my will.
These fortified breaches give you a decision. How much wall do you burn away? Burning more means more attackers and more angles of attack to watch out for as well. But more kills does give you more graft blood and more loot, so there's your risk reward element. And to help on top of that, there are various power-ups spread around the area that you can kind of unlock by burning walls around them, freezing enemies, shielding Ilith, and a few variations of ones that kill monsters. These can be pretty impactful, and in the harder breaches, you can save these for those last couple waves when the things get a bit spicy. After surviving this first tutorial breach, Ilith summons us to the Keeper's Temple to bring the horned skull that we found.
Oh, so we get the tree right away. That's nice.
You'll occasionally discover breach monster body parts like this, and they're one of two ways to unlock new parts of the Genesis tree and to give more passives to spend in it. The other way to progress is simply just to spend as much graft blood as you can, which you gather from each breach that you close based on the kills that you get. The Genesis tree lets you grow gear, currency, uniques, and new grafts, those creepy back arms. Each sub-tree within it allows you to customize how each of these things work when you grow them, which I'll show more of that off later. But for now, we can simply put the growing womb gift in the Genesis tree to grow our first real graft. These have base types themed around one of the breach lords, a graft skill that they grant, and some random stats.
I imagine the grafts are going to be really good early because it's just an extra slot.
I first get a Tull graft here, which means that it's cold themed, and it's got some chance to freeze and projectile speed bonuses for me too. But the real boon here is that skill that it has. Falling crystals. This arm is its own creature that lives on our back, and this one throws ice at any frozen or chilled enemies around us. That's quite creepy and cool. And I have to say, many of the grafts I tried were powerful and impactful while leveling too. They were actually pretty interesting to incorporate into my gameplay too. Like for this simple first one, this Tull graft needs enemies to be chilled, so I made sure to pick up Frostblink and use it to maintain chill on enemies so that it would auto-attack them with its icicles for me. Later on, getting some cold damage from Herald of Ice lets me fully automate a Tull graft like this too. So the skills have a set level, and there's a bunch of them to mess with, so you can and should be swapping them out pretty regularly as you go. And later on you can use the Genesis tree to influence which grafts you tend to get once you figure out good matches for your build. So the graft skills are pre-scaled, and they don't scale with your stats. The arm is its own little independent thing, it's not you, which just makes it creepier. That's good because it means that attack grafts can still be used on your spellcaster builds and vice versa. But that's not really to say that you can't synergize with them. There'll definitely be some that will be better for certain builds. For example, a build that lowers enemy cold resistance would be better with a Tull graft like this one that's doing cold damage. So as you may have noticed in the background, in addition to those fortified stabilized breaches that we encountered earlier, there are also these quote-unquote normal breaches. These are the unstabilized breaches that just work like old school breach, somewhat. Step into the flame and it opens briefly for you to fight breach monsters. The more you kill, the more it stabilizes and the longer it stays open. Eventually the idea is to stabilize it, it'll stay open until you fight like a boss or a big wave of enemies or something like that. But early on you aren't expected to stabilize these until somewhere about maybe halfway through the campaign, so don't stress about it too much early on. I think you'll just quickly pop them and get some kills.
Yeah, I really like the new meter. Even if that was the only change to breach, I think it would be a good change.
So a quick note about these. In the footage, you'll see that I have to return to the original unstable breach hand location to loot, and that's not really ideal, didn't feel very good, so I'm happy to say that I was talking to GGG about this, that it was going to be a bit of a quality of life issue for players that would definitely get mentioned, and while making this video, they just confirmed that that's changing to drop on the player instead when the breach finishes.
Ah, that's a good change. I'm glad he talked to them about that.
That preemptive quality of life buff. Good stuff. So it's 50-50 as to whether you get one of these quick unstable breaches or one of the more fortified stabilized ones in each zone. And very early on, the majority of your loot and progression in your Genesis tree does come from the fortified ones. The regular breaches picked up a lot in Act 3 and onwards, but the main thing is that the unstable breaches are just really quick to do. You just step on them, kill some monsters, and run and scoop up a little bit of free graft blood and maybe some loot if it was a juicier one.
I feel like it's probably going to be
And when you
ideal
first
to
start
run
gear-dropping the Genesis tree at the beginning
the
of Act 1, it's about what you'd
big
expect
one
with
every like
crafting
5 to
and
10
raid.
levels.
Yeah. You will get some good items that most of the time aren't the item type that you need, so you can't use them.
Because you're
But
not
that's where
going
the
to
tree nodes come into
need
play as
any
you
of this.
progress, and pretty soon after, you'll start getting the ability to specify exactly what you want. The main thing is, early on, you really just want to focus on getting new grafts to experiment with, and then you can supplement your currency and gear a little bit where you can, just to spend that extra graft blood. And remember that spending the graft blood is the main way that you unlock new passives, so keep spending it. Another cool quality of life pre-patch note, in the video you'll see that my graft blood is lost when I swap grafts. They've actually already patched this so that it's kept, and you can upgrade and experiment with new grafts as much as you want without losing anything. Good stuff. So it's been a while since I have played ones in Piri 1, and I expected it to be a little bit rough prior to getting the new skills, but Kinetic Bolt and Prismatic Burst is pretty solid, and the combination of being a bit over-leveled from breaches with the extra gear that I was getting meant that it felt pretty smooth. And not to mention the graft skills as well. The Frostbeat plus Icicle Toss thing was enough to clear most packs on its own. After Brutus, the next graft I got was another Tull graft, but this time with the Dance in the Wind skill. This is a manual cast skill, differently to the other one which was auto-attacked, and it lets you summon a tornado. It has this whole component of when you crit, it fires projectiles as well. Though at my level I didn't really get a chance to test this, I wasn't really critting enough at this point for you to see that in action. But it didn't even matter one bit, as the tornado itself was just amazing. Tons of damage and a pretty nice duration too. It stuck around.
Well, it looks like you can choose to have more buttons, or like depending on which grafts you get, you can choose to do the one that does more buttons, or choose to like, oh, this one is a extra button press I don't want, skip it.
It's almost a shame then, but I actually found another great graft to try. So
I'm glad they have both ways, because some people like having lots of buttons to push, some people like having no buttons to push. That's why I push cast, play cast on
fire in a line that deals a hefty amount of damage and applies covered in ash to enemies, which increases fire damage taken. This graft was consistently great when I had it a few different times. Good damage, it fills out that coverage area in front of you quite nicely to fill up any gaps. It's a really nice single target boost on larger bosses too, it seems to be multi-hitting. And it just looks super satisfying as well. So once I got to Mervel's Cavern, I finally got a chance to try one of the new wand skills, Kinetic Rain, and I am in love. It calls down a set of very pretty arcing projectiles that auto-target enemies in a large area, and then it leaves behind these anomalies that detonate when enemies touch them. It's very satisfying and very strong. Now, obviously, from Breach, I'm like consistently over-leveled and over-geared, so it even looks better than it should, but it's definitely a very strong skill when I was messing around with it. So I should mention that it has actually been changed a bit from this footage already, unsurprisingly, I think. It'll have lower initial hit damage, with more of the damage being in the anomalies it leaves behind. So it might not be quite this powerful, but what you're going to see in this gameplay is a little bit disgusting, so fair enough. Yeah. Anyway, I know when I'm league starting, it's such a satisfying skill.
Oh man, it's so tempting, but I think so many people are tempted to go that way that it makes sense early on to go a different way to make money, and then have the money to push this further when I play it. Because that's the ability I wanted to use.
It can be dangerous for you as the player, and I did die a couple of times when I got like a really spicy breach. Especially if I also happen to like clear a lot of spawners and get surrounded or caught by surprise by one of the faster ones. But that's the sort of thing that I want. I want to be like dying because I get overwhelmed, not because like Aelith dies while I'm blasting monsters. They really focus on you, the player, so even I think lower DPS builds, you should still have a pretty good time with this, I think. I think that shows GGG is learning from previous leagues like Blight, where this was an issue, where like low DPS characters would just kind of like slowly watch the monsters crawl to and blow up the pump and not really be able to do much about it.
Looks like it'd be a good way to farm some cold resist rings early.
Liberating Weaver with Kinetic Rain, I grabbed the Kinetic Instability and Sacred Wisp support. Sacred Wisp is unsurprisingly great. It's just more attacks after all. And kinetic instability is good for boosting clear, but it doesn't seem to have any usefulness against bosses. It basically summons orbs on kill that can detonate on any other enemies that are still alive in the area, so I foresee this support being used for things like breach farming, and other dense, clear, focused content only. Throughout the rest of this run, I swap wand skills pretty often, and mess with supports and things like that, just so I can see how wands are feeling overall, and not just the new skill. I didn't want to just be like, oh, the new skills, obviously, I'm, you know, a bit overpowered. I have to say that I was pretty happy with everything I tried as well. A nice help is those new kinetic ones that come up every so often, maybe like every 12-ish levels or something like that. There's certain breakpoints where these things rotate around. These new ones can only roll attack mods, and that's just a big help. Chucking a flat damage essence on them usually resulted in something quite usable, and gearing overall while leveling was quite smooth with the extra juice from Keepers of the Flame too. There were quite a few grafts I didn't try, for example things like the Grey Wind Howls, which removes elements on you to boost your damage. That one, for example, seems like it could be absolutely cracked at endgame, when you can do things like apply elements to yourself after all. But obviously just less useful while leveling, and not really something I could test while leveling, so I didn't really bother giving those a go.
Removes
There was some, for
ailments
example, that
to do
gave
damage. That seems like a good
life,
defensive
which,
one.
aren't really that good while leveling if you're not playing some.
Hey, how's it going?
Life build, but if you're like a petrified blood build or something, then that's great.
So
So
initially Kinetic Rain was available at Mervale, so like 12, but he put a thing above it saying it was moved to 28, so
for example, so that I could use them.
it was moved a little bit further along, probably because they didn't want to nerf it too much for early game.
Act 4-ish, so we'll return to check on that plan soon and see how it goes. Early Act 3 I got my first rare graft as well, an Icicle Tull graft. These can have up to 4 modifiers, and the 2 prefixes will always have 1 power mod for you, and 1 economic mod, so those are things like graft blood gained or capacity, or increased chance to find certain breach related drops. And then the 2 suffixes can be power mods for the graft itself. In this case I got 1 modifier here that was 50% increased damage for the Falling Crystals skill, and that's a pretty big deal when you think about it, because that's just straight up 1.5 times damage, since they don't have any other sources of scaling. They don't work with your scaling, so that's just 50% more, right? That makes this one quite chunky. It's good to see that those modifiers are going to potentially be quite impactful if they're cooldown or just a ton of damage, for example. Partway through Act 3, I started getting these Ancient Womb gifts as well. These ones give you uniques, as well as I unlocked that section of the tree so that I could start using them. These ended up printing some pretty decent leveling uniques as I went, and I didn't have any of the additional nodes to actually make them better as well that you'll get later on. But what I got was great. The Yondar's class was pretty good get for wonder leveling especially. Some nice attack speed and extra damage. I tested Power Siphon out for a bit, and it's solid. It's, you know, obviously not as good single target as some of the other skill options, which is not unusual for that skill, but it has that quality of life of the auto-targeting around you. And soon after that, I remembered the new Wall of Force skill, and I decided to test good old Kinetic Blast. So the oldies among us may remember when you could wallbang Kinetic Blast off Frost Wall for infinite single target damage back in the day. Well, they brought that mechanic back in a much more controlled and reasonable fashion. Wall of Force permits you to shoot it to trigger kinetic blast explosions on top of bosses, just like we did back in the day, but the wall is much more reasonable. You can only have one of them out, so they have a longer cooldown, it can only take a certain number of shots before breaking. So it's much more balanced, but it's still a really powerful tool for bossing on Kinetic Blast to smooth out that single target if the boss is not near a wall, for example. A bit
Man, that looks really good.
Graft skill too, the Battering All Return to Dust skill.
It's getting harder for me to league start.
A bunch of breach hands to slam a boss for physical damage with improved stun. So the one that I got on my witch there was actually from a really old womb gift that was quite underleveled for these zones, so the damage wasn't very relevant. But I did get a chance the next day to test a more appropriately leveled one on a warrior that I was running through. It's maybe not as OP as some of the other ones. It only targets rares and bosses, but it's kind of one of my favorites just for being hilarious. And when it does high roll and you're, you know, intimidating a boss, for example, so they take increased damage from it, it can chunk pretty satisfyingly.
Oh man.
Before I jump back
I'm gonna tell my wife she needs to play a wanding character. She needs to.
Explode on enemies and
so I can see how good it gets. Because I want to play this other character.
So wanding on my made up on the fly build was only getting spicier as I progressed, and after popping Calm, I finally get a chance to test my 5-link theory. Now that
yeah, she plays a bit. she probably plays
So
for the
far,
first week or
Genesis
so,
3 does what it says. It does
off and on, about
it lets
like
you strongly influence what gear it creates, and by
half,
investing in
or
nodes
nah,
for
actually
body armor
no,
and lucky
half
subjects
when
and
I
events, was
didn't
able
try to do
start
it full
printing
time.
5 links.
So
Really printing 5 links. So the provisioning tree for gear allows you to quickly influence the attribute requirements heavily, and also specify.
oh, that's the other thing is I have
a really good choice for pushing for linked gear.
I have one of
And then
these I
there's
need to
also
get set
this
up,
minor node and major node that give you extra rerolls and
so that I can
sockets
capture
for a
her
total of
screen.
160 rerolls, and that is well over the expected number to get a 5 link on an item.
that when
So with that
I'm
tree, I just
streaming
quickly
and
got
she's also
some
streaming
tokens, body armor,
and she's doing something
sockets.
cool, I can
It's just
pop it
simple
over
and
onto the
powerful
stream.
with a ton of customization. This tree, you can do this, or you can focus on getting jewels. You can focus on specific weapon types or quivers with specific
Yeah,
modifiers. There's a lot
I'm
to
really
it.
lucky.
Like late
My
game
wife is
content,
amazing.
Really interesting potential with the ability to improve modifiers.
When I first met her,
modifiers from rolling.
the
as
first
well as
gift I ever
trimming
gave her
those
was a
key
copy of
modifiers on an
Rift,
item to give
the
them
MMO.
potential crafting bases too. So it's a solid self-found dream for sure. But I'm sure there'll be interesting trade applications too. But
It was a
leveling,
slightly long
really
distance
nice.
relationship. She
You
lived
can just
an hour
get
away.
those 5 links cranking.
So
I'm not gonna
doing
show
stuff
much else in
online
the
was
tree.
fun.
There's a lot more here to discover, obviously. I just wanted to give you an idea of what GG is doing with this. I think it's probably one of the more clever reward/crafting systems that they've done. So not long after that, I got the chance to take Kinetic Blast and Kinetic Rain into Malachi, and the results go as you'd expect. Pretty well.
She did play a bit of WoW with me too, but that was when I was trying out other MMOs is when we met. So like I kept going back to WoW.
Yeah, just to whet that appetite a little bit more before release. GGG set out here to carefully take a beloved and simple league, Breach, with its kill monster and circle gameplay, and they tried to preserve that while expanding its appeal to...
Fortunately, she's not feeling well, so hopefully she's feeling better by
like, for example, the
Friday so she can actually play.
Like, obviously, you don't want to get overwhelmed by them, but there's no sort of like, oh, you know, I don't kill and move fast enough, so I'm not, like, pushing the Breach out as much. That gameplay still exists with the basic Breaches to an extent, but they've expanded this content out to more builds, I think. On first impressions, this seems to work really well too. I definitely quite liked the hives, the fortified breaches. But what really impressed me overall, I think, was the graft skills actually being quite fun. Them being interesting and impactful in the campaign was just like such a good surprise. I don't think they'll be quite as meta-warping as the mercenaries were. They were definitely pretty huge. But they are a fun design, and I hope they can scale well into endgame too, as I'm pretty excited by the potential to use 2 of them at once. I was also pretty impressed by the Genesis tree as a reward and crafting system. There's some real potential here. I touched on this in the Q&A livestream, but I think that the tree is a brilliant way to break something like crafting down that's just so naturally complicated and hard to understand kind of all the steps that go into it. This is just like such a good way of communicating a concept like that I definitely think if this proves successful, we could see it influencing future designs for other mechanics in the future. Something about like allocating these nodes, like allocating resources to kind of put a craft recipe together. I think there's some real potential there. Anyway, I'll leave it there for now. I hope you've enjoyed this wander about the breaches with me. That's it for now. I'm Ziggy D.
Okay. So, my thoughts on that is wanders look like a lot of fun. I really want to play a wand character now. I think that it makes it seem like it's actually going to be useful to interact with the league mechanic during the campaign, because the amount of time you spend, like, if you're trying to rush the end game, you probably don't want to do every single one you run across. But since most of them are most of your loot comes from the big ones, maybe you trigger the little ones, kill what you can while you continue moving, and not worry so much about those ones, and then do like every other or every third big one that you run into to get some boosts to character power, try to get some more grafts. And when you get a good graft, you'll be blasting for a while, and once that graft starts to feel behind, then you do some more so you can get a new graft. That's probably what I'm going to try to do. So we'll see. Okay.
beast.
I have an extra. I do have an extra. Oh, I can't put it on yet, though. As soon as I can put those on, I'm putting those on. And I have the 2 points that I need to go here. And I should have done before. So that I can hook up this. Oh, I need room for leap slam. No, leap slam can go here. Chance to bleed and shield charge. I just won't level for a little bit. I think that second or third is what makes the most sense. So this is the build I'm following. So pre-swap, yeah, he normally he does this first. Oh, didn't mean to click on Unity. Close that. And then it shows all of them, which I imagine you do these two next. But you absolutely could do it the other way around. I feel like, depending on how you're doing, if you're doing things that need more clear, this one might be worth doing early. But they're so close together that it doesn't really matter that much. Yeah, well, see, the way this leveling plan is built out, you don't switch until Blood Aqueducts. Blood Aqueducts is or around level 55. That's pretty close to already doing your third lab as well. And so I'll be doing slams pretty much the whole time. And I'm guessing the graphs are going to help with the clear. I don't think it's going to take the place of Hinekora, but it might early on. Because one of the graphs that was teased in the
Hi.
Keepers. Okay. One of the graphs that was teased. Here it is. When you are missing life, this grant will apply a buff that takes some damage from hits before being depleted. That when you are struck while the buff is active, the skill will fire a nova of fiery projectiles which explode on impact. I'm probably gonna just finish the campaign quick. I know that you do it the other way, and it probably makes more money faster to do it the other way around. But I don't know. I feel like I have to finish the campaign. Okay, to the crossroads. I haven't done heist in a while. But I think that with the changes, I'm probably going to enjoy heist. Um, and I don't know how much Muzz enjoys heist versus it's just really good for early money. Yeah, but the early heist that Muzz does doesn't depend on how many people are doing heist. I was gonna ask you, do you do blood or sand most of the time? It seems like maybe you switch between them, like blood for bossing, sand for clear. Blood only. I should have realized that when I saw the ball side area that was going to be a dead end that ended at the ball side area. Yeah, I want to do cast when stunned early, so I'll probably end up, I don't know, doing what I can to farm div early.
I've fare you well.
You are.
We need a glove with lots of red sockets, please. Yeah, I mean, I don't mind EDM, and occasionally there will be an EDM song that plays, but I like a wider range of music than that, and so I'm not gonna limit myself to just listening to EDM. Also, I do enjoy discovering new music, and so if you have a song that you want to share, you can do !SR for song request. !SR space and then a Spotify link is the most reliable, but that you could also try artist name dash song name, and that should also work. Hey, you know what? Obscure music is just fine with me. My only dislikes are I'm not a huge fan of country. I can listen to the occasional country song, but if it starts to be all country all the time, I'm gonna end up skipping a lot of country songs. Or rap that's too hard. I like some rap, but not too deep into the rap, you know. But you know, other than that, I listen to a lot of music. And been introduced to a lot of music by people here that I would never have known about otherwise. So I think I've heard of both of them. I couldn't tell you the name of any of their songs.
You and that speak. The road.
Hello.
I think I do have some Sabaton songs that occasionally play on my playlist. That sounds like a song that Demon Slayer would like. One of the regulars around here. Actually, my first regular around here. I don't think he's still here. He was here earlier. Actually, he might have played that song.
trouble.
Why am I not putting the... It...
Your death had more honor than your life, Creighton.
It's a lot of fire damage on that. And attack speed. This is a perfect, perfect upgrade. Actually, no, I need to put in Herald of Ash and start doing that. The interesting thing about adding songs, I'm using the AI DJ, so it's going to influence future songs.
Your reign is over, Bandit King.
Oh yeah, yeah, I think I've heard this one. %100% heard this song before. Yeah.
The King of
It's a good song.
There's no blacker magic than death, witch. Thank you, my ancestors. I will repay your gift.
Oh yeah. So you'll have to go more obscure than that to find a song I haven't listened to.
It is time to hunt! You have been captured, beast. You will be a survivor, or you will be fooled.
Quite a strange there.
Damn. Farewell.
Hey, Liloken, how's it going? I'm enjoying the changes to your leveling so far. And you're 100% right, it didn't make me redo all the turning off and changing of when to pick up gems and stuff. I don't know what gems... I didn't read the patch notes. Reading is hard. I haven't noticed not having anything that I'm supposed to have. Ah. Well, I didn't notice it before. Wand characters look like they're going to be a ton of fun. Are you going to play a wand character this league? With the new wand bases, attack wands are SSF friendly now. And if you use the new skill, I don't think you'll be ZDPS. I don't think it's possible to be ZDPS with that from the looks of it. You should watch Ziggy D's video. We watched it on stream here just a minute ago. He has a video where he went through playing a bit. I don't think it has any major spoilers. Nothing more than what we normally would have. But the wand skill, which has already been nerfed, but probably won't get nerfed anymore, looks great. Yeah, there's not a ton in the patch notes. Bama's dead. Nothing else is dead. It's been nerfed a bit, but not dead. Everything else, like, I don't think this is gonna change the meta that much. The amulet that supported my main build last league was nerfed, but again, not to the point of making it killing the build. It just doesn't give as much defenses and offenses. It's just like mostly an offensive amulet now. Instead of rolling 2 to 400 energy shield, flat energy shield, the amulet now only rolls 50 to 100. Which is pretty much what I thought they were going to do to it. So... what the enabler that we were doing still exists. So what is dead about it now? Oh, yeah. Hex touch. That's right. I forgot about the hex touch nerf. I honestly forgot that we were hex touching in that build. My memory is terrible. You know, I think Cast on Crit was probably the better version anyways, the more comfortable version anyways. I think it had a lower damage ceiling, I think, right? Oh, thanks for the follow. Appreciate that. I don't remember what the downside of Cast on Crit was then. I remember there was a reason I didn't switch to Cast on Crit. Maybe my reason was laziness, though. Because I can be quite lazy. Hence, not reading patch notes. Well, not reading Lilokin's patch notes. I don't bully you that much. Now I forget where we go. 4. So they added the checkbox now that makes it so the game doesn't pause when you open menus and stuff. Who's gonna be turning that on? Because it lets you, like... The one time I would wish it was on is during this fight, so I could put those points in and not pause it. The rest of the time, I'd rather pause and not die than not pause personally.
I give this warrior of Kitava to you, Tukohama, my father of war. It is good to feel.
Yeah, I feel like it would cost me time because I would forget that it doesn't pause. And then I would die and then have to run back more than once.
I don't mean...
I mean, switching from Path of Exile 2 and Path of Exile 1 before they introduced pausing to Path of Exile 1, I was dying to forgetting it doesn't pause because I'm in the wrong game. So there's that. Okay, apparently I'm picking all the wrong directions again. Ooh, finally a new flask. That I can't wear yet. Alright, so I've decided randomly that Herald of Purity can probably replace Decoy Totem. Because Decoy Totem is starting to lose its effectiveness. And Herald of Purity will kill more things. If I turn it on.
You're simply too stupid to be realistic, aren't you, brute? Do you even feel pain?
Do I even feel pain? That's not very nice of you. Yes, I feel pain.
Enough of this.
Alright, I can say with confidence that I don't believe I have heard of this band.
Tolman. General Grievous.
You are a welcome sight, daughter of Namakanui.
Be careful.
Maybe. Maybe I just have heard it and didn't realize I've heard it, because that happens a lot.
slaves were once bought and sold like pigs here.
Oh.
Hey, how's it going?
The Beatles.
Did you? Well, I didn't re-import, so I'll have to I'll deal with that after this run. You have an issue where loading times take forever when you enter a new area. Where are you, like, what server are you hitting? And loading times have very little to do with, your actual computer specs, or your video card specs, and significantly more to do with your hard drive for loading things from the hard drive and your internet connection for loading things from the server. Singapore. Okay, so here's something I've learned about Path of Exile. Whenever you change zones, the server that handles the zone change is always Texas. Once you're in the zone, you'll be connecting to Singapore. But when you go to change zones, you hit Texas to change zones, and then you hit Singapore to be in the zone. Which is kind of counterintuitive. And that means that technically, if you are like super into racing, you want to just live in Texas so that you can have the same server handling your zone change and your zones and be very quick. I live in the Midwest, so I'm not super far from Texas. And so it's a little bit better. Because when you change zones, you're communicating with a server in Texas every time. Yeah, it sucks. I wish there was something you can do about it. The faster your internet is, the better that will be. But not necessarily the faster your throughput speed is, the lower your ping time is. So, yeah, it is a little bit unfair, unfortunately. But for the most part, if you're faster at playing the game, the load times aren't going to make the biggest difference. I think. Let me Google it. How? Let's go to Google. How much time does it add to a run to be connected to a UK server in Path of Exile. We'll see. Yeah, I'm not seeing anything here. Oh yeah, that's a thought. I don't know the actual um I don't see um the information here. But I don't know the actual answer, but sometimes using a VPN to appear to be somewhere else will route around slow servers because sometimes the server between you is slow and you can VPN to somewhere that's more central and force routing, but you have to try a bunch of different locations. So you could try a VPN and VPN not necessarily away from Singapore really far, but a little bit away from Singapore. And that might change the routing just enough where when you are connecting to the Texas servers for the handoff. My autofills? I didn't even look at them. So yeah, that's my only suggestion I have. You can try. Also, solid state hard drives do help for if it is your computer that is causing any slowdowns. I have no sponsors. I have no connections. So, currently no VPN codes. I'm not big enough to have sponsors.
This is the eternal.
Also, a lot of people get VPNs a little confused. While this is a legitimate use for VPNs, a lot of people have been telling people to use VPNs for other things that it doesn't do. So, just be, aware of what VPNs actually do versus what people claim they do. Also, if this is going to be anybody's first new league, I think it's Frog's first league. I don't know if he's still here. But if it's anybody else's first league start, you'll want to. Okay, so when the league launches on Friday, I don't know if you're planning on playing at league launch, but what'll happen is the servers are going to go down. Then they'll patch for an hour or two. And then like an hour-ish, give or take, before the league starts, the servers will come back up but not be accessible. And what'll happen is when you log in, you'll get put into a queue. And so this will be like the only time you'll ever see a queue in Path of Exile is the league launch day. And usually for the first half an hour of a league or so. After that, the queues clear up because everything is scaled and people are starting to be in different areas and stuff. And so, if you want to get in right away, you want to log in like an hour and a half early to see if the servers are up, and then keep checking every few minutes until the servers are up and allowing you to join the queue. Then once you're in the queue, you can stay there AFK. You don't want to leave the queue because if you close the game or you hit escape accidentally, it'll leave the queue, and when you log back in, you'll be back wherever the end of the line is. Oof. No. Okay. And then when the servers open up, they trickle people in. So if you've got, if you're 10,000 in queue, it might take you like 2 to 5 minutes to get in. If you're 50,000 in queue, it is not exactly linear because they let people in. Oh my god. I should have some resists. They let people in faster and faster. So eventually you'll get in pretty quick. So yeah, log in like an hour and a half early and then keep checking it until you're in queue, and then the queue will open up pretty much right at launch time. And then once you're in, you're in. And for the first half hour or so, there will still be a queue. The queue will be shorter, so it won't be like, you know, up to 15 minutes to get in if you're at the very end of the queue. But it'll be a little bit shorter, and it'll take a couple of minutes to get back in if you were to leave it completely. That's why they have people with guides say exit to character selection, because character selection is still logged in, and so you can go there to do the get back to town quickly trick. But if you accidentally hit exit Path of Exile or exit to login screen, either of these, you're gonna have to hit the queue again. So be a little bit careful about that. A lot of people for the first half an hour, 45 minutes, will use portals, even though it's technically faster and more efficient to exit to character selection, because if you accidentally log out, that can add up to 5 to 10 minutes to your run. And if you're trying to be fast, 5 to 10 minutes is a big deal. I'm not fast enough that makes that big of a deal. What is this? Why do I got that pop up? I don't even use Firefox. Also, a normal strategy, if you're trying to get to end game faster, is to ignore all league mechanics during the campaign. Sometimes the exception will be the current league mechanics. So Breach right now should be more rewarding for the time you spend doing it. And so it might be worth doing sometimes, depending on if you're trying to get to endgame really fast. But it, you know, being your first league, I would say the big thing for you to consider is just being able to get in and stay in, so you're not just sitting at the login screen, because that's never fun. And I wouldn't worry too much about getting to endgame quick, because I'm going to be trying to get to endgame the way that I end up playing. If it can be under 5 hours, I will be happy. Because I'm not the fastest. But yeah, I'm probably gonna do a video tomorrow. And it's gonna be league launches on Friday. What do you need to do to get ready? And it's gonna have a lot of that information in it. No, I'm talking maps. Post campaign. Thanks for the follow. Appreciate that. Yeah, it's gonna be what is if this is your first league, what does the launch itself look like, and what do you want to do? Like, make sure that any tools you're using, if they have an update them as quickly as possible. Make sure your loot filters are turned back down, because I like to turn my filters up as the league progresses. But that often is too strict for a league start, and so you end up missing things and having a worse experience by having the loot filter turned on too high. And the set up the stash tabs thing. You know, if you've only ever played League before now, set up your stash tabs in standard, and they will be copied over to the new league, so that you don't have to organize your stash tabs in the order you want, you don't have to label them with the label you want, and you don't have to turn on all the affinities. Yeah, I think that's my video plan for tomorrow. Shoot. What do you got? All right. Have you played any PoE 2? Because if you have any of the new merchants tab for PoE 2, those will come over. So you don't have to worry about that. And then as far as converting them, any premium stash tabs that you have from any method at this point, that you got before the merchants tab became purchasable in PoE 2. Yeah, let's pause this quick. Trying to find where it is quick. No, that's fair. They haven't put the button in an easy to get place yet. In Path of Exile 1. You should be able to use this link. Here, I'm going to put it in. If you click on that link, that'll bring you to where you can upgrade to Merchants tabs. This is the PoE2 link. I think it'll work for everybody, whether you've played PoE2 or not. But this upgrade will work for Path of Exile 1 as well. You upgrade them in PoE2, it upgrades them in PoE1. So you should be able to do that. I'm going to start as a chieftain. I'm starting slams, moving into Righteous Fire, and then into Cast When Stunned, and then I'm going to be building currency in that character. Once I have a comfortable amount of currency, then I plan to build a Wanding character, and I don't know what class it'll be yet. But the first probably week is going to be on this character. It's a good plan. It's Muzz's plan. Yeah, I'm doing slams until Blood Aqueducts-ish. Then I'm going to be switching to RF. It's what I'm practicing here. I feel like it's just more comfortable without having to focus so much on gear, because like my gear right now, if I were to pause this and look at my gear, I don't have an amulet, I don't have a belt. My weapon is just a random 2-socket that dropped. I'm running on a 3-link still for my main attack, and you know, blue ring, nothing crazy. And any of my stuff, I guess it's decent. This has some extra damage to attacks. My gear is nothing special, and it just feels more comfortable. I feel like RF, while you can get it to take off, the single target is really lacking early on. And I don't know that. Yeah, this is again my crappy gear. If I had paid a little bit more attention and grabbed some better gear, I wouldn't be having this issue. But at least I'm killing Piety pretty quick.
I will take everything Dominus loves, as he took it from me.
So with that tab conversion, for some reason on mine, not all of them were able to be upgraded, but as I upgraded them, other ones became able to be upgraded, which was weird. So, and you don't want to upgrade all of them, because then all of them are merchants tabs. You know, you want to still have some normal tabs.
Bring me back something nice.
You have fun elsewhere.
Look at that, yeah.
See you.
The Karui do not
All right.
hide in
The
towns.
conversion to cast when stunned happens once you have a few points. So the main thing that you want is you need a blood notch. I gotta find my cast when stunned big. All right. So this, I don't know if he has anything updated for 327, but there's a POB here, but where does he have his information? Yeah, see here's a Sunder to RF guide that he has too. All right, so cast when stunned requires a few different things. So this is the end game tree. Let's do minimum requirements. So if we look at this, this is the minimum requirements for cast when stunned. It does a couple of different things. It's still using, I think, RF as kind of the initiator. But then it's using, you have to force yourself to get stunned, but you also need to recover from those stuns really quickly. And you need to recover life from the stuns. So, having, so this one, unfaltering, 10% of damage taken from stunning hits is recovered as life. That helps you to recover some life when you're hit. Then there's Blood Notch, 50% of damage taken from stunning hits is recovered as life. So between the two of those, that's 60% of the damage from hits is recovered as life. Then there's Immutable Force. The roll on this doesn't matter unless it's 963 or better. Oh, thanks for stopping by. I appreciate it. I'll be on for a while, and then I'm on most days, so you're welcome back anytime. So Immutable Force it lets your stun recovery be so good that you almost don't notice being stunned. If you're above 963 or something like that, then you'll have like 1 frame where you're stunned. When you're below it, any roll it can have is 2 frames. So you really don't have to care what Immutable Force roll has hit unless it's above that high threshold. And then right here, Infused Flesh, 18% of damage taken recouped his life. So now you have 18%, 68%, 78% of damage recouped his life. And then you have some skills. Petrified Blood. When taking damage from hits, 40% of life loss below half-life is prevented. And 70% of that prevented is lost over 4 seconds. So between all of those sources of recovering life, any individual hit, if it doesn't one-shot you, you don't die. So, because you recover it through a lot of those nodes, and through Petrified Blood. So you need Petrified Blood, and you want it to be as high as possible. So that you can reduce the amount of life that's being lost over 4 seconds, because your regen handles covering that damage. Which is why it's good for Righteous. It's one of the reasons it's good with Righteous Fire. But then there's also an item that's required. Cloak of Flame is really nice because you're scaling fire damage reductions. So having a Cloak of Flame means that your physical damage is also being taken as fire damage, which makes it easier to be reduced. You know, so you take 40% less physical damage, and then the rest of it, you know. So Cloak of Flame is not required, but it's very nice and usually not too expensive. Defiance of Destiny is also very nice. Not strictly required, but it can help you with recovering life. Gain 24% of missing unreserved life before being hit by an enemy. So that helps you to stay topped up so that if you already are down a little bit, it'll help top you up so that you're less likely to be one shot. Not strictly necessary, but feels really nice. This one's not necessary, but this one is 100% necessary. Stun threshold is based on energy shield instead of life. The thing is, you're going to have almost no energy shield. You want to have basically no energy shield. Because this ring, plus almost no energy shield, means any hit you take... Oh yeah, this is on endgame. Let's do minimum requirements. There we go. Any hit you take is gonna stun you. So that's what triggers everything else. And then all your cast when stun stuff happens. You need this ring or you're not getting stunned. If you're not getting stunned, you're not triggering all your stuff, and then you're dying. Mortal Flesh is good early for some regen. Not strictly necessary, but it's a good cheap thing. Again, Cloak of Flame. Rise of the Phoenix Shield helps you get your maximum fire resist higher. So also good, but not strictly necessary. The only equipment that's strictly 100% necessary is this ring. So if you have this ring, this jewel, and this jewel, you have what you need to go cast when stunned. You do need enough points to come down here and get this, and come up here and get that, but rest of it doesn't really matter. Yeah. And then your other skills are all Blade Fall, Frost Bomb, Spell Cascade. Hopefully, is not going to be super expensive again this league, but the Awakened version. But you can go with regular version. Firestorm Pelting, Flame Surge. All that is tied to cast when stunned, so you're just hitting people for a lot of little hits, basically. So the way this build does things is most of the damage comes from Ignite proliferation off of the Hanakura Death's Fury. So enemies you or your totems kill have a 5% chance to explode, dealing 500% of their maximum life as fire damage. So that, and then that puts an ignite on the enemy, which then kills the enemy and puts it, and then you spread the ignite, which is what you were already supposed to be doing with Righteous Fire. So you should already be set up to do that. And then yeah, you're just trying to get the damage as high as you can so that that puts a big ignite on things, and that's what kills people, is the big ignites and spreading that ignite. I recommend checking out this Google Sheet. I will put it in the... This is the exact build I followed. Yeah, so this was the original. And this this is the updated version. So just follow this when you go to make your switch, and you should be good. The other thing that is noted, I don't know if he has... Oh yeah, 961. Anything under 961 is the same, and 961 or better is technically smoother. He's got that not on here. I don't know if he has on here. I think he had it here. One thing you want to do is when you're choosing your Pantheons, most of the time you want to choose the Brine King for freeze immunity. But in this build, you cannot choose it because if you choose Brine King, it will make you immune to some stuns, which just breaks things. And then Brine King makes you freeze immune, but being immune to freeze doesn't stop being crit by cold, which is what breaks this. So technically, when you're crit by cold hits, it does some interaction with this Blood Notch stun stuff, which is bad. But in general, you don't really need to worry about it. Anyway. Alright. I should really gamble for some 4-links and better equipment. Hopefully I hit the waypoint, because if I do, I will. I'll go back and gamble. If I don't, then I'm just going to deal with what I got. And it's probably a mistake and will get me killed. But hopefully that was helpful, informational. If you have any other questions, if I didn't answer it, if something's still confusing, you can let me know and I can try to help again. All right, well, sounds good.
Have claimed.
Oh. I don't think I care about any of that.
Still breathing, eh?
You the gambler? Gamble for items. Well, actually, first I'm gonna
You getting there?
look for items. Ah, Gilded Axe. Gilded Axe is the next upgrade, but I don't know if like this is better still. I would need a Gilded Axe that has better stuff on it. Any 4 links? No.
Don't do anything I would.
There is nothing else.
So buying the jewels, this is where Muzz does heist, because for heist, I don't know if you're familiar with the chaos recipe. You're probably familiar with vendor recipes. So vendor recipes are a big part of Path of Exile. And there's a bunch of different vendor recipes that are usable really early. And let's see here. Single item with mods. Oh, that's for when you vendor you're selling things. That's how you get the different things. Quality items, multiple all right. So there's crafts like this. A magic weapon with +1 to level of all physical spell skill gems is a normal rune dagger, scepter, staff, or wand with 2 or more quality gems with a combined total of 40% quality and the physical tag. So if you were to sell that, you'd get a new weapon that's the same base type. That's magic and it has the +1. This is really good for like getting your own stuff, especially like if you're playing a build that wants some minion skills, you can get a helmet with minion skills. Or fire skills, you can get a weapon, oftentimes a scepter with +1 to level of fire skill gems. You can also, if you need your sapphire ring for Mervale early on, but all you have is an iron ring, you sell an iron ring with a blue gem. So any active, I don't think support gems work. I think it's any active gem that is blue. You vendor them together and you get a sapphire ring. I'll help you get your cold resist early if you want. Like there's all these different vendor recipes, but there is full rare set vendor recipes. If you have a set of items that is a full set, so a full set is right here: 1 2-handed weapon, a 1-handed weapon and a shield, 2 1-handed weapons, or even 2 shields works, and a helmet, body armor, gloves, boots, belt, amulet, and 2 rings. A full set of armor that would fill out your character sheet. If the lowest item level in there is between 60 and 74, you will get a chaos. If they are all identified and between 60 and 74, you'll get 2 chaos. Really early, this is really good. And so what Muzz will do is he'll go and he'll do heist for the raw drops, but also be picking up full sets of gear and vendoring them for chaos orbs. And then early on, like in the very beginnings of the leagues, divine orbs are not super expensive compared to chaos. So what you do is you get as many chaos as you can by doing things like this as quickly as you can. Like we're talking first day, maybe first 2 days. You're trying to get as many chaos orbs as you can, and every time you have enough chaos orbs to switch it to divine, you do that. Because the divines are going to keep growing in value early on. As people have more currency to buy divines, the divines grow in value. Chaos orbs depreciate over time as people have more chaos orbs. And so that gap widens over the first few days. So do what you can to get as many chaos orbs as you can and constantly be turning them into divines. As much as you can. And then once either a couple days in, it'll start to stabilize. Then you start using your divines or selling them back to chaos, because you'll maybe buy a divine for 10 chaos day 1 and then sell it back for 70 chaos day 2. You know, and be able to buy a bunch of stuff at once. But it also means that if you're buying things that cost divines, you are spending less chaos to get the divines to buy the things. So yeah. 1 second, I'm getting a phone call. All right, that was a spam call. So yeah, that's what you do. Regal orbs aren't worth trying for because Regal orbs tend to be equal or less than a chaos. And so if you end up getting items that are above 75, you start getting Regal orbs instead. But you just have to poison it by putting one piece of gear that's between 60 and 74. So, yeah. Anyway. Beyond that, basically just pick something and do it. A lot of people find farming essences, because essences are used in a lot of crafting. Farming essences and then selling them for like a chaos apiece can make you a bunch of money. And I've heard lots of people saying that they've essence farmed to a mage blood. It takes a while. It's not the fastest, but it is probably the easiest.
Greetings.
And the easiest way to make money in Path of Exile is to pick something and stick with it. If you keep bouncing around either between different builds and different characters, you're never getting high enough to do things that are making money, or between different strategies. If you're like, okay, well, I'm gonna try a little bit of essence. You know, that's not making me money very quick. Well, maybe you just haven't hit it big yet, but that's not making money very quick. So now I've got, you know, a bunch of essences, but not enough to bulk sell. So they're just sitting in my stash. But I'm gonna try this other method now. I'm gonna try blight. and then you do Blight for a little bit, and you're like, ah, this isn't making me any money. I'm gonna try going to Rog crafting. Oh, this isn't making me any money, and you keep swapping around. Well, you're getting a lot of the beginnings of stuff where a lot of things you don't make money super quickly in the beginning, and so you have to kind of get past that. And so I just recommend sticking with something. Whatever you find is working at all, stick with it. And then the other thing is certain equipment gets cheaper as the league goes on, and certain equipment gets more expensive. So the more rare something is, the more expensive it'll be, in general, but also it'll go up as the first week or two goes.
Goodbye.
It's much better. Chest plate. Thunder. Still ruthless. Plus melee physical damage. Plus cruelty, I think. Okay, and then not going to be using close combat. Okay, let's buy. I need a helmet that's like armor energy shield.
Why are you still standing there? Goodbye.
Don't need that anymore. I do want to keep leveling that. And momentum. No, not momentum. Vulnerability in there. Intimidating cry can go in there. Need fire can go in there, but I'm not gonna turn it on until I have my next ascendancy. This has air resistance. What level am I? 28. Okay. Actually, if I were to just do the Sarn encampment now and ascend right now, I should be able to. And then that'll fix my other resists, which would be really nice.
You stand before the gates of the Lord's
What?
labyrinth.
Why am I missing a health flask?
Walls, the Lady of Justice, the goddess, is watching. wants to strike, an emperor strikes without hesitation. To entertain that is only as efficient.
How to do single target with cast when stunned? That's where you preferably kill something near it to get an ignite on it. And then you have let's see here. There's, I think it's a fire mastery. Doesn't have it in this version. Let's go to the next. Where is? I don't remember what does it. So fan the flames is important for spreading the ignite. Chance to ignite is important. Um, I don't remember. There's a mod somewhere, and I don't remember where it is, that makes it so that ignites that you like when you deal damage to an enemy, it refreshes the ignite, so the ignite never goes away. And I don't remember where you get that. I don't remember where you get it. Does the I'll have to look at the guide in a second. I wanna finish this lab. The guide probably mentions it. I don't remember. But it's all about proliferating a good ignite. I know that's one of the downfalls.
Singular of purpose.
Is that
You were born for this. Only one of your lessons was completed, Ascendant.
and that's the thing with Cast When Stunned is not amazing at single target unless there's a bunch of ads, because you can get the ignite back on them and stuff. So if you're looking for like a good bossing character for taking out things, Cast When Stunned can do it, and relatively safely, but there are other builds that can do it better.
An aspirant can afford to be promising. An emperor must keep you. Those navigate your empire through troubled waters. Strike with fidelity.
This land has forgotten how to be strength. I will remind it.
Receive your sentence. You are free. Before your emperor, you are worthy. Before the goddess of justice, you are worthy. Receive our blessings, embrace our gifts, and rise, Ascendant. For this is the ending that we all deserve. The
Okay, so now capped resistances. Oh yeah, I was gonna look at this again. Does he mention single target? Yeah, I don't know. I'm trying to remember. Um, uh, how we get single target in cast when stunned. Is there something that makes it so that? Oh yeah, yeah. Penance mark in the ring. It's the hateful accuser gives you penance mark, and penance mark um causes enemies to spawn around the boss, which then you can use to get the ignites back on the boss. But what there was something that made it so the ignites never go away. Yeah, 50% chance to refresh ignite duration on critical strike. It is the fire mastery. So I was right. It wasn't in the version of the build I was doing, or I was looking at. And so, if you want, you can do that fire mastery. And then if you get a really good ignite on the boss, it will keep the ignite on the boss. That's what it was. Defiled forces? In this one? Yeah, let's just search for defy. Oh no, it was allocated. I think it's anointed. Okay, so then you just keep cursing it. So there's two options. If you're doing enough crit, you can use the crit, which is what the other build was. The other guy that was doing. But he has it anointed too. I think it's on his anoint. Oh, that's right. That's right. So that other thing is a wasted point basically, because you're always going to be doing the refresh. Well, it lets you change your anoint, I guess.
I exiled an animal. Now you almost resemble a man, Karui.
Submit, heretic!
Have you ever seen the true face of God, Exile? Die in awe! The light of divinity!
Ah.
decision, Exile.
The Empire. Follow a dead river to the foot of Kitava's kingdom. Just how the elders at home told it. The Eternals had no respect for their land. Nothing. Your empire is dead, Vol. Join it.
Ooh, look at another good find.
I hear you, Kitava. I walk in your kingdom, and I am coming for you.
Phew. Oh man.
is hungry for me. Karui and Maraketh once fought together. I honor that friendship. You will feast no longer, Kita.
I am Dareso, the Sword King. It was here in the pits of Theopolis that I made my name, killing rabid dogs and wild boars before I could even be considered a man. In this, so glorious of arenas, I care nothing for your past, only your future. And for that, you will have to fight. swords is passionate enough to claim a crown. Defend his crown, we shall see. To victory! To victory! Is this a joke to you? Just bloody die. Just bloody die. You murder love.
Boreathans. How they love to sing about them. The ancestors would weep to see what calm has created here.
I can't hear you. Oh.
I honor you with a warrior's death, Calm. It is more than you deserved.
There's a change to the routing that can be made now that you've got home 100% after the Grand Arena. You don't need to town portal from there. You can log in.
The way to a god's heart is through his guts. Okay. Under my desk. I feel like that's true at a lot of places that you still relog at. Alright. Yeah, that's the only time I remember going back to town with a portal that isn't after you had been at a different town. But I might be misremembering things. That is very likely.
You've done well, Brute, but let's not get above ourselves.
Jeez, why am I getting hit so hard here? I mean, relogging adds loading the menu, but loading the menu is all local versus loading screen that has to do with loading a new zone. So I don't know if that should really be taken into account. Oh my god. Like, I have some armor. Yeah, estimated 59%. Am I just... Oh my god. That was me not paying attention.
Calm wasn't half the
That's the most trouble I've had on her in a long time.
It was
Piety, betray me, and I will have your head.
Now you are simply gorgeous. Such lovely material. Beauty shall prevail.
You know what I think it is? I think that my weapon is not kept up. I need a new weapon.
Give in to grace.
Can I look at the weapon range?
Ancestors demand it.
I am level 36, so I should be using a gilded axe.
Bye. Yes? You will be remembered.
I am Cahome's way. I felt.
There was the gate.
Is there not a gambler here?
Eyeballs away.
Speak your...
Creation
Ah,
shivers.
he's the gambler. Okay. No, 43 plus 32 is 75. This is way more damage. I also never identified this. Or this.
Amused.
Okay. Let's see if that new axe feels it's gonna be slower.
You are free now, slave. Dissection time. Open up. Greatest form I never sculpted. Your sickness is ended.
Yeah, having this new axe has gotten back to the point where I can leap slam to kill some of the littler guys.
Together. Creation, rather the realm of the gods, isn't it? Bow your head to your one true god.
Now, Exile!
What?
Now, Exile!
Let us see if you truly understand what it means to be Nightmare. Nightmare is the true eternal. Accept the gift of immortality.
Yeah?
An egg, and thank you.
world must be cleansed of impurity. Kneel! Burn! I am the Emperor! Burn! Rise! I am order. I am the new and the eternal. I am innocence! Rise! I am the torch! I am the end!
Oh,
I am the Emperor!
I'm a little bit low life. That's the major problem. Normally I have a bit more life than this.
I am the torch! I am the storm! I am the Emperor! Rise! I am the end!
Oops. If I can move out of that, but I was a little bit late.
I am no more.
Thank you. You deserve. Once Kitava has. Remember, we do this for freedom.
What in damnation have you done?
The guide no longer tell you when to pick up crafting recipes? The next axe is at 45. I can use a headsman's axe.
Not all.
Unlike these, sometimes I simply can't.
I didn't get the utility flask and jewel. I don't know if I'm somehow doing quests out of order. I'm not paying attention. There. I think tomorrow when I'm doing, you know, another run, I might try making my own pathing for ascending and doing maybe righteous fire closer to after the first ascendancy. Yeah, I don't have the regen for it though. Yeah, that's what I was thinking of doing. I feel like what I can do, because I could act to RF. I kind of, even if I'm not doing RF though, as my main damage, I kind of want to just take a fire mastery just for the life regen, just a close fire, a close fire mastery. Because I feel like if I had better regen, yeah, I think I'm going to do it because the regen is kind of the main thing that makes Righteous Fire during the axe feel so tanky. And if I can get the regen early and then I'm not even using Righteous Fire to counter the regen, then it's just a lot of regen, you know? It's almost like having a... Alright, I'm gonna look at your new one. Because I wonder if I could do a hybrid where Righteous Fire is enough. Righteous Fire is enough for minor clear.
The flame of hope may flicker, but it cannot be extinguished.
I also just kind of miss Shield Rush. Or Shield... Charge.
Remember?
But
Don't think
you still want to be using a two-hander for damage with Sunder. Actually, I need to kill everything. So I can't ignore the single mob. Alright, I'm gonna look that up. And maybe what I can do is start off with that, and at 55, see how close they are, and do a full transition at 55. To be prepared for Yeah? Because there's a lot to like about this. This kills a lot of things really quickly. I kind of just want the regen, actually. So if I literally just follow your pathing and grab the regen a little bit earlier, that'd probably be enough. And maybe just the 50 HP regen would feel enough. Let me, next, so I got a point here. So life mastery. Oh, that's not life mastery. It's a regen. I'm blind. Oh, right here. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, maybe I do that. You know what? Actually, maybe I do that instead of going up to this one yet. I grab this one as soon as I come over here. Not as soon as I come over here. If I grab those. You new pathing does that? And then I come up and grab this health node. Like, I feel like the regen nodes are probably more important than the leech nodes this early. Because the 50 regen is more than you're gonna be able to leech. Most likely. And then you know, maybe swap the order of grabbing the leech and the regen. Oh, Jesus. Such latency. Yeah. Yeah, this feels so nice now. Yeah, I think it's just that. I just missed the regen.
teach you the laws of war.
I wonder, what do you think about um uh taking it even a step further and putting life tap on the skill, and then instead of grabbing these, I guess that's only 2 nodes for mana stuff. Because where's the closest fire? The closest fire mastery is up here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 points. Maybe we could take that point and save a couple points here, but I need the dex. Yeah, that's a really important. It is movement speed and dex and intelligence, which helps with gem stuff. So it's literally, we get strength instead of this, which we don't need the accuracy rating and stuff. But then we're pathing all the way around. I guess if we came down here and came this way to get to this stuff. Well, I guess we wouldn't need these Leech Knight nodes. Yeah, I don't know. You do take the strength node on respec. Oh yeah, this strength node. Yeah. How does cast when stunned work or feel at 80? Because that feels a little early. What? It does? Okay.
Hello there.
Why do we activate this and then portal to Lion's Eye Watch? Oh, this is when it... Oh, I did the Lion's Eye Watch early.
First, Nessa, you've... Now it is.
Good tidings to you. Time and tide wait for no man.
There's an optional belt quest between those steps. Steps, specifically. Sorry. Oh, so if you have optionals turn on, it makes more sense because it has you go do something and then portal. I wonder if it would make more sense to say... yeah, that's true. I guess... At that point, you're not hurting for portal scrolls, or you shouldn't be. And, being a hair faster by getting to the Twilight Strand a little bit earlier might be nice. Let's see, can I sustain Righteous Fire? Ooh, not quite. And it does no damage. Buy those portal scrolls. Support your local shops. Yeah, I can do that. I mean, I'm not going to need identify scrolls anymore, so... Identify scrolls. It used to be the meta to sell a transmute or something early if you need some identifies, because they give you 4 apiece. But now that we're going to have a way to identify all that doesn't cost anything, all identify scrolls are going to be worth late game is, was it half a portal scroll? It's 2 to 1, right?
Not you! For my life and my work, I shall not suffer this humiliation again! Let me beautify you!
Alright, so when do you turn off Herald of Purity? When you make the switch? Or, like, right now they don't feel like they're doing that much anymore. Herald of Fire, the explosions are still working. I think I'd keep that on until... You never take it? I think it's nice early on. I like having the guys to kind of interrupt people. But it feels like sometime around Act 4, Act 5, they really fall off. Okay, so I'm going to turn that off, and I'm going to put Purity of Fire on and see how that helps. The problem I end up having is if I'm going too fast, I end up being too far under the zone level. So I have to slow down and kill a few things sometimes. Yeah, right now I'm level 48 and the zone level is, or no, the zone level is 48 and I'm 44. And I'm still getting 100% XP for all the kills. If I was 50, I wouldn't be getting, I'd be getting 96%.
Can you hear it, Exile? Madness approaches.
You specifically are trying to stay lower level, though, for heisting. Okay. So if I want to try to mirror your heist stuff, I should be starting to try to be lower level. Not yet, but soon. So I guess if you're gonna be lower level, then why are you going all the way to Blood Aqueducts? Is there something that unlocks there that you need? Because you could just go right after the second trial. But you can do the second trial earlier than Blood Aqueducts. Yeah, I'm just thinking, instead of trying to rush to be lower than the zone level, wouldn't it be better to be still in the 100% zone? Wouldn't it be faster to still be in the 100% zone? 100% XP area. And then, because like right now, I could be getting rogue markers.
Good work. With the another damn.
Yeah.
Well, what I'm saying is don't go all the way to Blood Aqueducts. Wherever you're at when you hit 55, call it good. Don't go all the way to Blood Aqueducts. And just try to stay... Like, what is the 100% XP area for level 55? Because it's at 55, you stop, right? And you do... You start doing heist. Or am I confused? Okay, the reason why you like Blood Aqueducts is because in Heist, you'll have times where you need to level up quick to hit the next level for Wakano Reset. But you run out of contracts and you're stuck at level 65 at 60%. Ah, jeez. So it's not just get to the level and do Heist. It's also getting to Blood Aqueducts. Blood Aqueducts is a good leveling zone. So when it comes a time that you're out of contracts, you need to level to reset them. You have somewhere that you can gain that XP pretty quick. Which you could just remember where you're at in the campaign and continue the campaign a little bit, but it's not going to be... You'll have leveled during Heist, and so you're probably outside the 100% at that point. Okay. Okay, so... Yeah, well, and if you're continuing the campaign to get XP, you're also over-leveled at that point. And now you're switching mindsets versus just grinding a bit of XP. Okay, that makes more sense. I understand. I level enough characters where campaign is, especially with being able to just rush it by being over-leveled and, you know, shield charging through everything. Maybe I would be okay the other way, and it's a personal preference thing. Or maybe I'll try it, see how it goes, and decide that this was a terrible idea, and you did it. Your way is better for everybody. Well, at least I understand now. The Headsman's Axe the next one. Yeah, I can wear that right now. Let's identify this Headsman's Axe. 81% increased physical and a whole bunch of fire damage. Yes, please. Oh, I need more dex. Okay, so what I'm going to do, I'm going to go back to town, and I'm going to craft dex onto something. No suffix. I fire resist. No suffix. Fire resist. No suffix. But I could just easily replace that with this, which also has no suffix. This has a suffix. I mean, this would be a decent belt since I found it, right? More attack damage leached as life.
more recovery per second from life. Your way is definitely not the normal way, and you wouldn't recommend it, but there was a lot of reasons. Decisions made to end up the way you play. Most things have a reason. Yeah, I imagine most things do have a reason, but it depends on if it's a personal preference reason. That's something that I can, you know, reasonably make a different decision about, or if it's a, oh yeah, there's this is like an everybody's should be doing this decision. I knew I was doing the wrong way. I wonder how breach stuff is going to change that. With the grafts. One of the grafts seems like it's going to be really good for cast when stunned. The one that they teased in the site. Do I still have it open? No. Because once we're cast when stunned, and we're using the whatever life one, the half-life reserved one. When you are missing life, we will always be missing life. This graft will apply a buff that takes some damage from hits for you before being depleted. When you are struck while the buff is active, this skill will fire a nova of fire projectiles, which will explode on impact. So the question will end up being, after the cooldown, if we're missing life, does it automatically, or do we have to go from full life to missing life to trigger it again? As long as it just triggers automatically, as long as you're missing life when the cooldown is up, this seems like it's going to be really good. I think it would give a lot of clear to cast when stunned. Possibly some bossing, but probably not. And some survivability. Although we don't necessarily need a bunch of survivability. Why did I die there? I'm res capped. I should probably be looking for upgrades in gear so I can get more life on my gear.
So you're the shite that's got. Don't think I'm going.
I think I missed. I really skipped the Aw, man. Yeah, I'm not going very fast.
So strong.
The Black
Clear. Who'd have thought that?
Yeah, I know. I'm going back for it right now. I missed it when that the route was different. Is this the official new Aberith, or is this the change that you made because everybody who follows your stuff is like, I don't know why I need to do Aberith late?
Abarath.
Sounds good. And the locket is just a early special flask, right? Which is usually pretty good on League Start, but not strictly required. If I don't notice it, I just skip it. I probably should have noticed it. Got stuck. Leaf slammed into a wall or something. I wonder if another good transition point would be as soon as you unlock Lily, so you don't have to, so you still don't have to go to the library. For this build, switching to Righteous Fire instead of slams. I'm just trying to think of other possible points where you can switch. Yeah, library is annoying. I agree with you there. If I could avoid going to the library, I would prefer that. It's just so annoying. I don't mind so much doing the library quest. Even though it's time that you don't strictly need to do if you can build around not having to go. But then having to go back to town and load up on your currency is annoying. So it's extra time that you don't strictly need to be spending. And it unlocks a vendor that's annoying to use. You know, I don't disagree with you there, but I also think that the new trade is going to really mess with that. Because it might be that it's 10C longer because, you know, of reasons. Or it might be that it's like, oh, I don't mind just putting it in my trade thing for, you know, 10 div. Did he? I was hoping that it was going to go under the radar because everybody's going to do wands. Tell you what, when you get to the point where you can buy them for 10C, pick one up for me too. And I'll pay you what I can afford at the time that I can equip it. I'll pay you an inflated price. What if it never get because Blood Notch goes, it starts off low like anything valuable, and then as the people who are doing it get them, it comes down in price. Hey, I am requesting assistance, not handouts, and I'm not demanding. And I'm willing to pay a reasonable finder's fee to try to get it a little bit early. But as soon as I like, if it's 10C early is the thing. As soon as I have 10C, I'm gonna be like, I don't want to buy any upgrades until I buy that. And maybe I'll get something good from doing a couple of the breach things early. And that's the other thing is, what if the breach stuff is so lucrative that it just overshadows any other leveling or currency, like early currency. It's like, oh yeah, don't do chaos stuff, just do white map breaches. No chaos recipe, white map breach. I'm on the solo self-found league right now. So I don't have access to the guild stash. And honestly, all of my stuff is garbage. You'd probably be better off finding your own. I guess my weapon is not terrible that I happen to get. When the league hits, I absolutely will be putting like hand-me-down gear into the guild stash. Because I won't be I won't be on solo self-found when I'm doing the league. But in practice, being in solo self-found helps me to not give in to the fact that I've got so much stuff in my stash and could be wearing a mage blood right now. Whoa, no.
Ranakesh.
you... What?
Well, so?
You have found.
Turn your back for the bearers. One less.
I'll grab these boots. It's possible that they're good. Ooh, a lot of fire resist. No movement speed, though. Ah, I found all the fireflies before finding the boss. What?
Wrath call.
So?
Okay, normal option to do the cruel lab.
Ascend with precision.
Uh... Yeah, unless you changed it since I last updated.
The weary traveler draws close to the end of the path.
Because mainly I just wanted to pause it because I was doing something. I wanted to pause it, but like I'm on the latest version.
Slowness lends strength to one's enemies.
Oh, so if I turn it on, off and back on again, I should see it again. And then it'll turn off again the next time I change zones, so that it'll...
Death and loyalty. You were born for this. Time is not to be wasted.
Yeah, I went like this. Oh, it turns it on now. And then I went to go pause the timer because I was going to go check on something. But it would disappear. We're just going all the wrong directions. Don't worry about it. This is some kind of strategy that I'm doing. I haven't figured it out yet. Oh, there's a dark shrine over there. Yeah, I was looking for a dark shrine.
Dark influences reside in dark places.
Yes, because having increased armor, evasion, and energy shield is going to make a huge difference for me, so... I needed that.
When the time comes to strike, the essence of an empire must be shared equally amongst all of its citizens. is always the worst emperor. An aspirant can afford to be promising. An emperor must keep those promises. You must navigate your empire through troubled waters. You
Whoa.
are condemned. Your destination is more dangerous than the journey, Ascendant.
Yeah, I think I like taking Hinakura as my second ascendancy because this feels a lot better, even without doing switching to Righteous Fire. It might even be worth doing it as your first ascendancy if you're not struggling resists. If your resists are fine. Maybe not. Actually, I don't think so. I think the quality of life of all the resists and stuff is too good.
Death is the true climax of
Come on now, don't got all day.
Oh, there's a smuggler's cache, so I would absolutely have a thing if I had just paid attention and grabbed it. So the other option was this: fire damage, fire resistance, and less damage over time while stationary. Yeah, I feel like Hinakura is the better first one. Especially if you do it before you're switching to Righteous Fire. Should start going up this way. So I can take those points out when I transition. Did I? Oh no, I need to go this way. Those are the right links for righteous fire.
Give it to me. How could I have been?
This is a different pathing entirely. Have to find a hidden grate.
Hello there.
Okay, so follow dead guard to the next section. Looks like it's an outdoor section, so it should be this section. And then I'm looking for a pile of debris next to a broken, not a cart, but kind of.
I don't see this hidden grate. Maybe it's in the next area. I don't know where that is supposed to be. I wonder, because I found the guards there. Okay, so this is the exit. I might just be blind because I didn't see it anywhere. Oh, I think I see it. Okay. Here's the grate, and it's not by and like any of the things that you circled. And also doesn't have that glow that you've circled. Well, I guess it does if I'm in the right area. It was in that first area. Oh, is that a crane? Okay, so this is a three-way split. Put the plural. Follow the same edge. Okay, when you say same edge, I'm guessing you mean this edge? No, this would have been because I was following the left edge and it curved around, so the left edge would have been the other direction.
Yeah, because that's the bathhouse. Oh, unique.
I'm Rog. The most
Good to see these out. I've been my
good to it's a so tell me something.
Poor Tolman.
Sounds good. Well, glad I was able to help. Post swap. Take all those out. Leave 6 in. There. So. Refund.
Hello.
greetings.
What's up? Hello, hello, hello. You don't know what you don't know now, do you?
I have 5 points I need to put in yet. I don't see any additional points here. So I must just... Oh, there's 2 points right here. But 3 more points. And I think I just have 3 extra points from... No, I'd have less points because I'm... No, I'd have 1 extra point from leveling. 1 more than I should have. So I'm missing 2 points somewhere. So I'm sustaining righteous fire. Take that off. Put that on. This helmet is the right links for righteous fire. Three blue and a red. And 3 green and a red. So I want that. I want that. Okay, so now gamble first for a scepter. Random scepter. I mean, second scepter.
Even I could sell that.
We'll go with the first scepter.
Ahoy there.
Okay, and then we want a body armor or helmet. Body armor's not got a ton of stuff on it. Boots are not amazing. Helmet is garbage. So I'm going to do body armor and helmet. Body armor, I'm going to try doing... I mean...
Oh dear.
I'm going to do boots too.
What have you got?
So what we're gonna do is just a random armor, body armor. That'll be good enough. And then a helmet. I want energy shield, armor.
I'd consider that a win.
I really like that's the right links. Okay, I'm gonna for now that's the right links. Boots. Evasion armor. And I'm looking for 3 green and a red. That's perfect. It's got fire resist and regen and chaos. Oh, okay. This just would really like movement speed, so let's just put movement speed on there. Okay. Helmet. So I still have some gambling room left over. I'm gonna try to gamble a better helmet. That's armor, energy shield.
I'd consider that a win. Doubt even I could sell that.
Way better. $152 maximum life. I mean, it's got lightning resist, which I'll put. I think I care about cruelty. And I do want this. So crafting on here, I'm gonna put fire resistance. And here. That's a suffix. Just gonna regal it. Some strength, sure. That works. Well, I really need. I need a different ring. Let's gamble a ring.
Oh dear. Doubt even I could sell that. Could do worse, Exile. Doubt even I could sell that.
Sure. All right. So then, I really want to get. Let's chromatic this. Sure. And we're gonna put charge, faster attacks. Don't need that. Summon stone golem. Okay, and then we need righteous fire. This is fire trap. So fire trap goes here. Righteous fire. Elemental. Oh, I could have done 2 blue, 2 red. Elemental focus, efficacy. Life tap. Efficacy. I already put efficacy in. Elemental focus. Okay. Then. I need life tap in here. Faster attacks, momentum. No, that's swift affliction. Momentum can go here. I never put Fist of War in. That would have made a difference. Don't need Herald of Ash. Don't need Blood and Sand. Don't need Herald of Purity. So I have those, all those free.
Hail, Godslayer.
And Vitality is supposed to be connected to um, Eternal Blessing. Oh, not Eternal Blessing. And that was supposed to go to Vitality anyway. Not Eternal Blessing. Arrogance.
Godslayer. Good.
Okay, so I need another life tab.
Hail Godslayer.
I need that one. That one. I don't need this belt anymore. And I guess I'll throw this belt on. Damn. Did I turn in everything I was supposed to turn in? Yes, okay.
Come on now, don't got all day.
Okay, I need to remember to grab random items to throw in my offhand to level these things. Oh yeah? Okay, now that you've got good insurance and a stable enough environment, I'm dealing with an old injury. Okay. That involved getting an ultrasound today. So after like 40 minutes of gooped ultrasounding, she goes, well, we're done. Any questions? And I, a 30-year-old bearded male, go, give it to me straight, doc. Am I pregnant? And she legitimately got offended by that. Yeah, I can see why, yeah, and expected an unprofessional chuckle. Yeah. Altamari says, or an eye roll. I don't know. I think I would have found it funny. Well, right. It's just, it's a eye roll. It's silly, but I've heard it a million times. You're not original. Oh.
Solaris, Lunaris.
She began lecturing you. Is it all, the whole ultrasounds aren't just for pregnancies, you know, whatever? I don't know. Being 55, if I was 55 at Blood Aqueducts, I wouldn't be over leveled. 'Cause I'm in Blood Aqueducts. Oh, she was lecturing you like how pregnancies work and the fact that men can't be pregnant. She thought you were serious. I misunderstood you then. I thought that you were saying that you were like really under leveled. So are you doing heists? You get to Blood Octopus under level and you start doing heists even before you make the switch? You just don't make the switch to Righteous Fire until... I think I might not... Oh, I forgot. I have that guy that I can... Oh, I don't have the mana. Turn off this. Summon him. Turn that back on. Is it unsummon him if I don't have the mana to summon him? I feel like that, like it's very useful, but I don't know. I kind of want to just keep pushing and do the new the new stuff. But I mean, it's only one day. Does the rest of your playgroup do the same thing? And heist all day Saturday? Okay. So I'm gonna get to the waypoint, and I'm gonna go try doing a heist.
Local, need your aid.
Okay. So we wanna all have mirrors before we split. I was reading a comment. Okay, so well, you shouldn't need a trader because it should go pretty quick.
I am. Yes.
Talamore. See you.
Another
Chat and a tidy. Got a few contracts on offer.
Hello.
Hey, as long as I don't have to do any of the planning.
I do not have the rogue markers to do that. Yeah, let's do this. And hide that.
Welcome.
Round here. Hey, mate.
Got something? No, what was I doing?
I'm
A client. Mm-hmm.
Keep it simple, yeah? Things start going south in there. Don't expect me to. First things first. Hear that? We ain't alone. Place is crawling with guards. You're here to make sure they don't kill us both.
I mean, it's all gonna be level 45 stuff, so I'm not really worried about this stuff.
This'll be quick. I'll pick any locks that get in our way. You keep me alive. Yeah?
I mean, if you shield charge everywhere, you don't really need that much movement speed.
Grab it so we can get out of here. Should have stayed out of it. Wait, hear that? We've been made. Grab what you can and head out. You do your job, I'll do mine. Lend a hand, rookie. Back the way we came, rookie. For your honor. Rookie, rock! Keep moving. The line. We're still breathing, Rook. So you ain't done half bad. Take that urn to Faustus, yeah? He'll sort you out.
Okay, so prepare heist. Do this. Take Tibbs with. I have a passive point.
I brought an old mate of mine along for this job. Her name's Talina.
Pleasure to meet you.
She might not look like much, but she can get into places.
Okay, so when you're doing chaos recipe, you use the chaos recipe thing. Tool.
And so you're like, okay, well, there's a gloves, there's a jacket. Are you just basically opening everything?
Not bad at all.
You think we're stupid?
There's a chaos. Thread belt, ring. Another chaos.
Taking the longest, bubbliest damn bath after this.
Yeah, this doesn't feel bad at all.
Unbelievable success.
And barely any spiders on you this time.
Okay, so then you
What do you need?
Ahoy there.
sell items, sell this,
Farewell.
stash everything else, and then buy a new
Need to keep busy.
whatever,
What do you need?
prepare this heist.
Just tell me where to build. You do know what you're doing, yes?
Hey, you!
I hope you don't expect me to fight.
Yeah, I don't know that I could do this for the first, you know, whatever.
Hardly a hurdle.
Yeah, we'll go. I'll open this unique.
Not good at all. Get in my personal space. It needs its own rewards.
Intruder!
Another chaos orb.
No further!
Birds are chiming.
Binding, which is actually kind of good early on.
No further!
Not gonna go for the essences.
We've been sighted.
Stop there!
Hardly a hurdle. Concern it. A fight's on. Oh, such awful racket. Like clockwork. The jig's up. You can't rush engineering. Personal space. Personal space. Is this the part where we make relieved small talk?
There you go, 3% increased experience gain. That'd be great.
Happy hunting.
Sorry, what?
What have you got for me?
Chat and a tidy. Need a job? Bye.
Do you just run them white, or are you, like, transmuting them and stuff?
Hmm? Mm-hmm. Before we set off, I'd like to introduce you to an associate of mine. This is Nanette.
I am Nanette.
See? She's got better eyesight than anyone I know.
I can see a man's heart beat its last from a
So
distance
much
of
for
2 stones.
stealth. I believe she will be an asset in the future. Good find. But don't lose focus. We've got a fight on our hands. A worthy prize.
Stop there! I command you to stop.
Back to stealth.
I'll get us in there. I can't work while I'm being attacked.
Death, one way or another.
Messy. I don't like where this is headed.
Chaos orbs. Well, I've already made like 4 chaos doing this, so I could probably do this for the first, you know, first little bit.
We can ill afford any more mistakes. Back to stealth.
This might take
I do not fear death.
Get them off me now.
Because this has been actually
Here we are then.
more chaos already than I would have gotten, just in raw chaos drops, than I would have gotten probably in the same amount of time playing through the campaign. Like, for sure. Unless the new mechanic is, like, very lucrative.
Very good. Stay focused. You just make sure we're all still alive when I'm done.
Ready yourselves!
So I think that my plan, so this is my plan. I'm going to try tomorrow leveling and switching earlier to Righteous Fire. Because I think switching to Righteous Fire a little bit earlier can be good for a couple of reasons. One is
Well done.
I want to have more the sudden pivot in gear requirements at high levels probably feels worse than the sudden pivot in gear requirements at low levels. So I think I'm going to try going earlier. And I was looking at the build guide that we were watching or looking at before, and he has an option for Sunder RF here. And this one starts with
Doesn't have any leveling stuff. But he does Sunder until he can equip RF in Act 2. Yeah, there's a lot of similarities. Okay. So let's if I were to start a new path of building, was that you? Oh yeah, he doesn't attribute it to anyone. There was a different one that had Sunder to RF where it switched earlier. Is this the exact same one? Well, he had some attribute attribution here. Pox, tuna, none. I swear I saw one that switched a little bit earlier. All right. But let's if I were to build one, I've never made a build myself. If I were to do Sunder right away, it probably makes sense to grab here. And I'm going to transition after the first lab, which would be Act 3. Actually, let me pull down your new one. Did you update on the? Oh yeah. I just had to refresh. All right. Your new one isn't updated. Okay. I'm gonna grab. My dual PC setup makes copying links a pain sometimes. Okay. So basically, what I'm gonna do. This says imported build, but I didn't import any build. All right. So Act 1. Yeah, this Act 1 makes sense. I do new loadout. Act 1. And I wish that manage trees, delete, default, rename, Act 1. Not that I really need loadouts, but manage trees, copy. You do Act 2. And this still all makes sense to me, you know. We grab some life, we grab that, and then we start heading down here. But no, I'm still gonna end up. God, and I was in the Act 1 version. I hate that. Okay, so Act 1 was, yeah, just cut this off. Switch to Act 2. I wish when I made a new one, it switched, you know, I copied to a new one, it switched to it. Okay. Then Act 3. So end of Act 3 is going to be kind of where I'm going to plan on switching off to Righteous Fire. Well, mid-Act 4, really. So I'm going to manage trees, copy, Act 3, save, switch to it. So this is going to still go. I really like that and that. So, and now you've come down this way. But this is where I'm going to start to pivot. So we're going to do manage trees, copy, Act 4, switch to Act 4. And then your Act 4 comes down and grabs this two-handed mastery, this, but I'm not going to do that actually. So actually, Act 3 probably doesn't need that. So let's go to post swap and see where that goes. So Act 3, I want to grab these. No, not Act 3. Act 4. And take... No! Why did... Oh, because I didn't... Okay. So take that out. It's just such a big change to be making right there. Because I don't want any of this two-handed stuff either. Or these two things. All right, let's take a step back. Act 4, we have 41 points allocated. So if I were to do post swap, and we're just gonna take that out. Put this in. That. Because we need this regenerate right there. That is 27 points. That's 35 points. Probably come grab this. That's 40. That's 46 points. So that's 38, 41. That's 41 points. That's probably okay. At what point do we put here? I don't need mana reservation efficiency of skills yet. Oh, I do want this. So actually, we'll take that off. Okay, so that's the same number of points as Act 4. So let's do now copy Act 5. Act 5, we have 47 points in. We grab... Wait, only 47 in Act 5? Okay, we'll call that Act 5 then. So Act 6 will then have 54 points. Wait, why do I have this in all of it? This is attack damage. Ugh. I gotta go back. Okay. I grabbed the wrong nodes down there. Oh, you still have this in the 55 post swap. Attack speed, attack damage leached his life. That doesn't need to be there in the post swap, right? Because we're not doing attacks. Attack speed is movement speed? Oh. Okay. I see. Yeah, well, you never know. Some people miss things occasionally. Like I wouldn't think you would have missed things. All right, so I'm in Act 6, which is 54. Which I want to go to there. Oh, I need to go back in Act 4. I need to put in these 2 points. And Act 5 needs those 2 points. Act 6 needs those 2 points. Act 7 needs those 2 points. Okay. And 54, is that Act 7 is 58. I'll just do 59 so I can grab that whole group there. Although I could do that one and be 58. But I kind of like grabbing the life nodes because it's damage. And I'll let it be 59. And it's flat life, which is, I think flat life is pretty good to grab early. Okay. Copy. Act 8. $64. So 5 more points. Um, and I'm gonna continue through as if I'm not doing heist. Because if the league mechanic is dropping a few chaos here and there, I'm probably gonna skip heist and just keep going. So I'm gonna plan to not. So these ones here, more maximum life. Grab that one. Is this different than Pox's? But well, I guess what I should do is just grab Pox's and then remove the muling stuff and sunder. Yeah. Remove the muling, sunder, RF. Well, he RFs in Act 2, and I was gonna sunder until the first ascendancy. Because sunder feels really good through there, and that's where I feel like I'd rather be doing righteous fire as more of a personal preference thing. But it's kind of like the I'm reinventing the wheel type thing. Because I could just RF what let's look at Poxes again. There's this one.
Yeah, because I don't want to level a witch to 4. Yeah, I wish he had. I don't mind these. I just wish that he had an alternate leveling that didn't mule things to level 4. I know getting to level 4 doesn't take that long. Okay. Well, I'm gonna have to think about this. And probably come back tomorrow and think maybe I try just leveling as Poxes again, but without muling, and just try following Pox's build, but just do Sunder, because early on it probably the tree isn't huge, and then I'll just switch right at Act 2. Yeah, his starting tree is totally different, but also if I'm going to be switching that early, I'm not going to have that much refund points. Although the gold cost will be relatively cheap. So hopefully I'd have enough gold to do it. That's kind of what I want to test, is if I were to do this for Act 1 and 2 and Act 3, and then I get there to yeah, but if I RF all the way up until I ascend, or not RF, if I Sunder all the way till I ascend, and then switch, I guess that doesn't even really do that much. It's just more fire resist. Yeah, I might as well just RF right away. I just, I feel like I like shield charging more than leap slam. I feel like I just am so much more used to it that I go through the axe way faster when I'm shield charging. But if I'm shield charging, I can't two-hand. And if I'm not two-handing, my Sunder's not that great. And then I might as well just be RF. That's true. I wish that we had the PoE2 weapon swap where we could tie abilities to different weapon swaps. Like all we'd have to do is in Path of Exile right here have weapon 1, weapon 2, and you can uncheck, you know, right where there's always attack without moving, just add weapon swap 1, weapon swap 2 right here. And maybe limit it that auras can't be on weapon swaps. Well, but they have him auto turn back on when you die, so it's probably fine to just be checkboxable. Yeah, because right now, my playtime at 5:32 is pretty close because it was right at 6 hours that the Pox RF got to maps. And it was right at 5 hour. Here's the other thing is, what does this build look like? Well, see, the thing is, I can't get to Blood Aqueduct's hours faster. The way I go, I'm slower with Sunder than I am just doing RF. Yeah, I mean, that's true. That's true. But also, if I don't, I feel like when I'm doing that, I'm also under leveled too much, where I'm hitting the XP penalty if I'm killing less. So I don't know. I struggle to find the balance there. Maybe I'm just not good enough yet to do that. Yeah, that's what I was trying to do, but I always get a little bit distracted. The other thing is, okay, so Hinekora is the main thing we're using for cast when stunned, right? It's spreading the ignites, which is doing a lot of our damage. Which means a cast when stunned elementalist would look very, very different and probably not as good. Because our RF Elementalist is the fastest I've ever leveled the maps. And I'm wondering if one of the new ascendancies would help with the so if I were to do RF Elementalist, and the thing about RF Elementalist is it's a very good starter that I could then just be like, okay, now I want to do wands, and I don't level a new character. I just switch to wands if wands are good. But that completely ruins the game plan of trying to go cast when stunned and do simulacrums. But at the same time, if cast and stunned has been promoted as a high level option or a high ranking option for people to league start, then maybe it's not even that much cheaper than just going with the wander to league start. My second fastest ever was RF Scion. Yeah, and my plan was to cast when stunned. Basically, I was going to cast when stunned simulacrums until I have a mage blood, and then level a wander with a mage blood. Yeah, that's what I did last league. Is I cast when stunned simulacrums and financed a mage blood. And then once I had the mage blood, I did a little bit more, farmed enough to get like half of another mage blood, and then I switched builds. And I was thinking of shortcutting my make 15 builds and then do one.
by doing that. And I think you're right. I need to the only thing, if I could have done it on Elementalist, then that would have made a good transition to Wanding, so I didn't have to level a new character. But if I farm to a Mage Blood, leveling that new character is going to take like 3 hours tops. So, am I really saving that much? Well, yeah, that was the plan. Is day. Well, I was probably gonna Simulacrum farm for the first 3 to 5 days. PR? Is that? Do you mean Toxic Rain or Toxic Rain? Okay. Oh, really? All right. I'm gonna take a step back. I'm gonna think about it, and then I'm either going to level as just Poxes and do RF right away because that's what I'm comfortable with, and I'll personally level faster that way. Or I'm gonna try seeing if what I can do is maybe grab these one-handing nodes instead of the two-hand nodes. And then if I were to grab, so over here, this is two-hander. I'd have to look for more one-handed nodes. And do like one-handed axing. There really isn't any. Yeah, all hits can poison is so one thing that some people are getting misconstrued with that and just double checking that you're not all hits can poison doesn't mean all hits do poison. You still need to get to 100%. So some people got that backwards. Is there really no one-handed nodes? There's just these right here. Which is equivalent to the two-hander nodes, so I can't, like, try to... Because basically I would have to drop that entire group of 4 if I was doing one-handed. But if I drop that group of 4, maybe I just grab that group of 4 instead. Or I could grab shield nodes. That's chance to block. Yeah, most of the shield are defensive, which makes sense. So like, instead of going those 4, I could come down and grab this 1, 2, 3, 4, and that would get block chance and physical attack damage. Yeah. If I went this way, if I came down here, 1, 2, 3, 4, and grabbed these, this gives me some block, which, yeah, not the block isn't super amazing, but 12% increased physical attack damage while holding a shield, and attack skills deal 12% increased damage with ailments. Oh, I'm not doing ailments, though. Well, if we put chance to bleed on, and I just leave that on, then the bleed will do more damage. Yeah. Well, I'm just thinking of how to scale Sunder until I get to the point of swapping. But I guess if I just swap right away in Act 2, this should be pretty cheap to swap away from this right to Righteous Fire. And so I can just Sunder, follow your Act 1 and Act 2 tree until I get Righteous Fire, and then literally swap to Poxes. But I'll do just, well, I could just do 2-handers for then, because then Act 1 and Act 2, I'll just Leap Slam, and I'll swap to Shield Charge right away once I do this switch. That's what I'm probably going to do. But, I gotta hop off at this point. So yeah, but if I don't want to mule, the whole point that I'm trying to avoid is muling on a witch to get rolling magma and stuff. Oh yeah, that's true. Hey, Kelly, you need to play a witch and play a wander, and while we're doing this, you need to buy me a couple of skill gems. Okay, she's in. Okay. That was easy. No more muling. Just follow Pox. That I think I'm just gonna do that because I'm eventually want to get better at doing the Sunder portion of this, but I feel like I don't have time to get good enough to make up the difference in time that I'll save by just doing Righteous Fire from the beginning. So, that's what I think that's what I'm gonna plan to do. I will be back on tomorrow. I'm gonna make a video in the morning. But once I'm done with the video, I'll be back on, and I'll probably try doing RF again and see how quick I can get that down to Blood Aqueducts, and then we'll compare that to today and see what because maybe I'll do that and it won't be better. Maybe I'm just not better. I don't know. I'll try it again tomorrow. So thanks for hanging out. I appreciate everybody stopping by. And see everyone later. Have a good evening.